Armageddon's Blade. Queen Catherine, her husband Kang Roland, and Jelyu, a warrior in Arathia's elite forest guard, must work together to defeat the insane King Lucifer of Eoful, who will create Armageddon's Blade. With it, he plans to set the world on fire. Catherine's charge. They will Catherine must defeat all of her enemies, or they will flood Arathia with their evil. If Queen Catherine dies, then all hope is lost, and the devils of Eoful will easily win. Catherine will be allowed to advance to 18th level and carry over her experience, skills, and spells into her next scenario. Eoful troops have pushed to Arathia's border. Queen Catherine herself has chosen to stay the tide of these invaders by controlling the border and digging in until reinforcements can arrive. Catherine must not fail.
I have underestimated my opponent's strength and resolve. During the Restoration Wars, the Kriegans were of minor concern.
Indeed.
Now they fight with an urgency neither I nor Roland have encountered. I have pulled the bulk of my forces back behind Arathia's border. Between us and the Kriegans lies Moss Valley. It is one of Arathia's more beautiful landscapes. Tactically, it is ideal. If I can hold this valley, I can close the border. Then I can determine how to destroy the Demon King Lucifer and his quest to set the world on fire with Armageddon's blade.
Moss Valley. Following the initial invasion of Eoful, you ran into the elite force of Kriegans known as the Fist of Unholy Might. These battle-hardened regiments pushed you back clear across the border, and now threaten to push deeper into Arathia. It is here, in the contested lands that lie betwixt Arathia and Eoful, where you plan to make your stand. Digging in until reinforcements can arrive is your plan, and quite possibly Arathia's only hope. Should you fail or be defeated, Arathia will forever know emptiness, despair, and shall suffer an eternity of darkness. May the blessings of the Temple of Light be upon you, and those who serve under your command. It's a tough one. Hacks. Actual hacks. The fuck is this mage go? She doesn't even have wisdom. Are they done, Pedrillo? That's too early. We pixies have been entrusted to maintain the sanctity of this elemental conflicts. Enter if you dare. This is a sacred valley, and we will not let it be disturbed lightly. If we deem you worthy, perhaps we shall let you in. they let us in, guys. This gleaming citadel stands tall and defiant against the darkening skies that lay overhead. A sense of hope and wonderment overcomes you as you approach the front gates. At this point, a scout from your outrider group trots back to report of creatures not spotted in Arathia for quite some time. They stand atop the walls and prepare for an assault. They seem wary of strangers, but oddly are prepared for war. Is there something they know and you do not? There's only one way to find out. You press on. Nothing Den, which is not a citadel, by the way. Hell, come on. Later, losers! Standing before you is a troop of men made of living flame. Their unblinking eyes stare at you. They do not speak, but instead move to attack. They appear to be protecting something, or someplace. What could it be? Standing before you is a city whose architecture you do not recognize. The rounded roofs, the tall spires, the strange sounds emanating from within all coalesce to form some sort of strange entity your scholars cannot explain. This town wasn't here the last time you passed through. Where did it come from? Who built it? Who built it? Fuck you, Meekik, why you build this shit? These are all questions racing through your mind. All you hope is the answers within will not lead you to a worse fate than the one that already befalls Arathia should you fail in your endeavor. No. Love the conflicts. Town theme. So good. As the reigning queen of Arathia, Catherine continues to wage war to secure her homeland's borders and re-establish the peace built by her father. However, support for her position is faltering as the country grows weary of war. I forgot to read that in the last one. There were better results. We won. Welcome, your highness, the devil sneers. King Lucifer sends his regards for the small part you played in his ascension to the throne. He also would like to pay his respects over your cold grave for helping to slaughter his kin. With that, the group of devilkin launches into a brutal assault bent on your destruction. No one may pass. Take your best shot. We will defeat you. That was a damn lie. The walls of the mountain to your left and right suddenly shift, and out from them melt several dozen large man-shaped creatures. Staring into their eyeless sockets is highly unnerving, but you do what you must to protect your men. Bruh. Look at that, better results again. Beyond these walls lies the dread land of Eoful, a land of tremendous volcanic rifts and prodigious lava flows. Demons of all types and forms patrol the land, a land once fertile and green and populated by a peaceful race of little people called halflings. That was until the Night of Shooting Stars when the Kriegans came. Now all that is left of their race is a few pocket villages. The demons scattered them to the four winds and turned them into an embittered people with little hope and no place to truly call home. The blackened walls of the border gate that once protected these lands from the horrors that lay beyond now bears the heraldry of the Kriegan clans of Eoful. A sickening smell permeates the area, seeping beneath your clothing and into the pores of your skin. The noxious vapors of the volcanic lands of Eoful have polluted the land and killed a great many trees. This is the fate that threatens to befall all of Arathia should the Mad King Lucifer get his way. This is all you have to look forward to if you fail. This realization both terrifies you and strengthens your resolve. A scout comes racing to your camp, bearing a message. He bows deeply before you and presents a scroll from General Morgan Kendall. His trembling fingers release the roll of parchment into your hands, as sweat beats on his brow. This is not good news he brings. My queen, I regret to inform you that the dark forces of Eoful have broken through our eastern lines. I have failed you, but I swear to you on the grave of your beloved father that I shall fall back and protect Stedwick from these foul creatures. Morgan. Sure you will, just like you did the last time, right? All know how that ended. This city is Darktane, named for a dark god long ago thought forgotten by the people of this land. His spirit lives on within the walls of this monument to his twisted soul. For Darktane was a god of torture and suffering. The screams of Kriegan torture victims are like prayers to his glory. Oh yeah, it's Armageddon's blade. Gosh, not SOD. I forgot that doesn't actually hurt me. No fucking way, dude. This fuck this game, man. Even in a fight, one step short. Fuck you. That's some baby back bullshit right there, yeah. Trying to push him north. Push him north. North of these nuts. Missed it. Damn it. Fuck you, John Takwa. A rider enters your camp carrying a message scroll that bears the seal of General Morgan Kendall. You accept the scroll from the rider, break the seal, unroll the parchment, and peruse its contents. Pray pardon, my queen, but I must bring you grave news. Recently I've been witness to the strangest of occurrences. A town of odd architecture simply appeared from thin air. It had roofs like tulip bulbs made of bronze, brightly colored tent cloth everywhere, and the walls were guarded by elementals of all types. Since that first sighting, I have seen several more similar citadels down in the countryside. I do not know the nature of these towns, nor do I know if they are hostile. Perhaps they might be persuaded to join us in our fight. Perhaps we shall need to guard against them. I do not believe anyone in this region can remain neutral for long. Kent. Hey Strobel, it is Saturday, my dudes. Hey Dikasana, and hey Pothiosis. Hey Gandalf, better do it to him, hell yeah. Could you imagine we get sponsored by Dr. Pepper? That would be amazing. Eoful, land of demons and devilkin. It is said that the Kriegans were a punishment from the gods for the sins committed by a people who strayed from the path of righteousness. The night of shooting stars is seen by many as some sort of terrible omen of doom and despair. The once fertile land of Eoful now lies burned and blackened. Rivers of magma have replaced sparkling clear water, and bubbling brooks now bubble with molten rock. It is a depressing sight indeed, but the need for perseverance has never presented itself more. King Lucifer must be stopped, else the whole of Antagoras suffer the same fate as the former homeland of the Halflings. One stack Valeska. Oh yeah. I need to take this down. Swoosh. now we can just trap them there. No. A runner leaps off his steed in a hurry to bring urgent news to his queen. You take the message scroll from the smiling runner and unfurl it. The note is smudged from water stains, but legible. Reading it brings some much-needed light to your soul. Good news at last has come. My dearest Catherine, I've amassed a sizable force outside Stedwick. It will take some time to reach your position, as we will be first shoring up the eastern front. I plan to meet Kendall's army somewhere near Killian's Wake and push back those forces plaguing him there. Once that task is completed and the Kregan troops are routed, I shall bring our combined forces to your aid. You must hold out, my love. Arathia's fate depends upon you holding the region. I will see you again. That I swear. Your loving husband, Roland. Pacing across the field, you rack your brain for a way to make sense of this insane war you were waging. For what purpose could Lucifer be engaging in such insanity? What was there to gain from this? The answers to such questions will not come easily, nor without a heavy price attached. As you ponder these and other matters, a timid monk clears his throat quietly to announce his presence. Spinning on your heels to face the sudden sound, your flame-colored hair frames your face in such a way as to bring fear to the poor cleric. He shakily informs you that a crystal shard has been delivered moments ago, with express instructions that it be shown to you immediately. Fearing it as a trap, the mages in your council chose to study it. Finding no magical traps or spells to harm their queen, they show it to you. A demonic face appears from inside the shard as soon as you approach. The face is bearded, horned, and has glistening sharp teeth. A wicked grin is firmly in place, which rapidly becomes a sneer as it speaks.
Ah, the famed Catherine Gravenheart, or should I say Iron Fist, seems a much more appropriate name for you. In case you did not know, I am Lucifer Kregan, King of Eoful, and bringer of doom. I hope you realize your efforts to engage me are fruitless, as was proven by my pushing your pathetic invasion back nearly to your own capital. You cannot win against the might of my armies, or the power of my secret weapon. This day shall see the end of your precious antagonist, Enroth, and all that I survey. Prepare yourself for oblivion, Catherine, Queen of Enroth, for it is coming soon.
With that, the image fades out, and you are left alone with the threat hanging in the air. Muttering something about madmen, you go back to your planning session and prepare for the coming battles. And with that... Alright. Took like 2 weeks longer than it had to. So now, I want to point out, it's 141. Avocado. Just wait. Just wait. And hey, Lydia, until you see how long this one goes. Well, Apotheosis, you haven't been talking to Uncle Jonathan. A bedraggled and forlorn-looking runner arrived at your tent. He was wounded but waved off the attendants who tried to aid him. He had a message to bring. You could tell immediately by his countenance that the news was grave. My dearest wife, I must regret to inform you that we have met with great resistance in our journey to join up with General Kendall's forces. The minions of Eoful are formidable indeed, much more so than I had anticipated. Several hundred loyal warriors have fallen, and I fear that many more will be sacrificed before this is over. I am now unable to predict when we will be able to be available to fortify your position. You will need to hold out longer than I had originally been planning on. I miss you terribly. Know that I will be there, no matter the price I must pay. Nothing shall stop me from your side. Keep me from your side. Perhaps one day soon we shall be able to return to Enroth and our beloved son, Nikolai. Roland. Crushing the scroll, you entered your tent, eyes filled with tears. A torrential rain begins. The rain bears an odd odor and seems to be eating away at steel weapons and armor. The court wizards do what they can to protect the troops from this acidic rain, but their powers are severely limited against such an assault. It will cost dearly to fix the damaged items. The chief alchemist reports to you that they have found a way to collect the rain and extract some trace elements from it. This means a small quantity of sulfur can be gleaned from this otherwise gloomy downpour. On the first day of the Festival of Life, the fearsome clouds that brought the hateful rain break. A brilliant light shines down upon the fields and bathes over you as you step out to view your troops, soothing your troubled soul. Perhaps the gods are favoring you at last. A panic-stricken man arrives in your camp one day with a message. Tearing it open, you pore over the letter, utter despair, rapidly overcoming your otherwise noble visage. News that Kang Roland has been injured has arrived! Grief-stricken, you retire to your tent in great haste. As you continue on your quest to exact revenge on the followers of the Mad King Lucifer, your rage grows. The shadow that covers your soul threatens to engulf you fully, but a small light flickers when another runner arrives, haggard but smiling. My dearest Catherine, I am truly sorry I have not written, but I did hear you had received word of my injury. Let me assure you there is nothing to fear. The injuries I received were not severe, nor should you have been burdened with being informed of them. I received the injuries when we finally met up with General Kendall's forces. A large army of demons and hellhounds had been guarding a pass, and we needed to punch through. I led the charge, but received some minor wounds as a result. I killed the thing responsible. Fear not. All is well, and as I hope it is with you and your campaign. Roland. Last night, during the Hour of the Wolf, a lone assassin armed with demonic magic artifacts infiltrated your encampment with murder in his heart. As he passed near your tent opening, someone spotted him, and Katai, a young swordsman, captured him. Upon his capture, you were immediately awoken, much to your chagrin. Your steely-eyed countenance later stared down this would-be assassin. He was questioned for only a short time before he turned to your advisor. Have him drawn and quartered, then put on display as a warning. The forces of Eoful have proven to be mighty indeed. As such, daring plans and cunning tactics are going to be needed to win this conflict. You summon one of your most trusted runners. You have need of a different type of soldier for the plan forming in your mind. The Forest God has been acting as Arathia's eyes and ears for generations. Perhaps now it is time to employ them for a different purpose. Quickly scribing a note on a piece of parchment, you send word to Zhelyu, the Forest Guard's captain, to undertake a special mission for you. Yeah, man, they're really fighting hard. In the long months since you left Enroth, your days have been filled with strife, terror, grief, and triumph. Yet you have never lost sight of what is important to you. Your son, Nikolai. Your thoughts drift now to him, as you worry for him. For he is alone in Enroth and has been ever since you were summoned home to Arathia and Roland was taken captive on the Night of Shooting Stars. Only the knowledge that Nikolai has the aid of Wilbur Humphrey, Roland's appointed regent, consoles your aching heart. You miss your son terribly and desire greatly to return home. Perhaps when this war is over and peace finally settles on the land of your birth, you can return home to your son, even if only for a little while. You would think it's done, and you would be wrong. Hey, can we please? You call your troops before you. Their morale is low, and all are exhausted from the constant fighting and marching. Yep, constant fighting and marching, boys. You sit astride your steed, noble and proud in appearance, and rise to the top of a small rise. There, you thrust high the banner of Arathia, and speak. It has been 112 days since the minions of this King Lucifer have invaded our land. We have held out bravely so far, but the true test of our courage and prowess is yet to come. King Roland and General Kendall are currently battling to save the eastern border while we defend this region from Kriegan forces. However, we do battle with a powerful foe. The abominations we face in this conflict are hideous and fierce warriors, armed with potent elements of magic. You have done well, my warriors, and I ask that you continue to do so in the fights to come. This will not be easy, but I promise you, we will win, for we are of Arathia. We defeated the combined forces of Deja, Eoful, and Nyan before. This is only 1/3 of that triumvirate. Fight on, my warriors, for not just Arathia, but all of Antagarich depends on our victory here. You sit tall and proud as the cheers of your men rise to meet you. You smile, knowing the coming fight, while difficult, will be won. You are confident of that. Yeah, we won! Told you we would win. Needed water after that fight. As the conflict drags on into its 4th month, it's month 5, the men seem inspired yet weary. Reports from Stedwick have been trickling in from time to time, but it is getting longer and longer between messengers. Roland hasn't even sent a message for weeks. Refusing to show weakness, you dispatch a messenger to learn about the fate of your husband's army. Concerned for his safety and the need for your army's waning strength of resolve to improve push you to act. The messenger is urged to make sure the scroll is delivered to Roland's hands, personally. A horseman approaches bearing a scroll. The man is the same one sent by you to locate Roland's forces. He bows deeply and passes his helm to a nearby page. Dusting himself off, he accepts an offered water skin, and takes a long drag from it. The cool water washes away some of the road's dirt. King Roland is deep in battle with the Kriegan forces, and is unable to divert troops to you at this time. In the next few weeks, some forces should be available for your use, my queen. He regrets he cannot be here to fight at your side. Sending him away, you wander back to your tent. A messenger arrives, snaps a scroll into your hand, salutes and leaves. Quickly you open the message and read, your face lighting up as you do so. As soon as you approach, you roll it back up. As soon as you finish, you roll it back up and stuff it into the pouch it came in. Snap some orders and press onward. My dearest Catherine, I have found it possible to order a small contingent of troops to your position. They have not been paid in a long while, so they will need that as well. They should arrive at Fort Defiance by the time you receive this letter. Walk with the light, my love. Roland. Look at that. I think that's it, or there's one more where they win the battle versus Sedgwick. I don't remember. I know we're getting close. No, that's it. Oh, he attacked. And we still won. Fucking pleb. Alright, back to 1-4. We'll win this the real. Beat that one imp. Yeah. Get up with your wheels. Shadows of the forest. Zhou must defeat all enemies in this area using guerrilla tactics. He is the only one with the skills to lead this raid, for without him all is lost. Zhou will be allowed to advance to 12th level and carry over his skills, experience, and spells to the next scenario. Jelyu, the half-Vori elf leader of Arathia's elite unit known as the Forest Guard, has been ordered to wage a shadow war along the Eoful border. This area is rife with small garrisons and outposts. It is from these levies that Jelyu shall draw his guerrilla force.
Messengers inform me Queen Catherine and Roland Ironfist are retreating to the Arathian border. Avli has chosen to turn a blind eye toward the war, but have purposely left local heroes to their own will. Under the Queen's orders, we are to wage a hit-and-run war along the Avli border. Our only support will be local militia hostile toward the Kriegans. Should we be captured, Arathia and Avli will disavow any knowledge of our actions. Otherwise, this task is no different than before.
Jelyu. Early this morning, you received word your special skills are needed for a daring plan. While Catherine and the Arathian forces keep the Eoful army locked in conflict on the western border, you have been ordered to slip in through Avli with a small guerrilla force to harry the enemy there. You have also been instructed to recruit allies from the local populace. To that end, you have set up your base camp in the city of Diazamir along the Avli-Eoful border. The elves there have offered shelter and aid in the coming fight. The region is dotted with small garrisons and outposts. A large number of mercenaries, some of whom fought in the recent wars, call this area home. Many are loyal to Avli, but there are those who prefer to remain neutral and will fight for that choice. Movement, stealth, and cunning tactics will win this shadow war, not brute force, for the enemy is indeed powerful. Good luck. That's actually a lie. Brute force will 100% win this battle. Nothing. I was looking for the sharpshooters. Alright, 37. We found these gauntlets. We thought you might like to have them. What manner of oddity is this? The architecture matches nothing seen in Arathia, Avli, or any other place, save maybe Bracada. But what would a Bracadan city be doing so far from its homeland? Worse still, how did it get here when it was not here a few months ago? All good questions. Perhaps going inside will net some answers. Going inside will net this, which is desperately... A smiling band of little fairies stand milling about, looking for something to do. As you approach, they beam and flock to your side. It seems these are pixies, and they are eager to fight against the evil beings that have come. Good for them. The men you sent in to raid the enemy supply lines have returned with a healthy take. It is tempting. Half buried in the ground near the edge of the ore pit, there appears to be a small tube. Uncovering it, you see the magical writing swimming before your eyes. A sage rushes over to tell you what the spell is. Take that. Alright, logistics. And I have no idea what I want for next. Oh, okay, we need expert wisdom. Come on. Don't be a fucking cockshell. Get the expert wisdom. Shell you the auto-combatter, yep. Speedrun luck. Except it's not, because he doesn't have expert wisdom, so it's not gonna happen. We're gonna have to get it in the next one. A traveling caravan of gypsies passes near your encampment, and several of the men decide to have their fortunes told. As this is a time of great strife, and with the possibility of death being quite high, you agree to let your men partake of this little distraction. You even decide to join them. The gypsy, a woman calling herself Nyestra the Oracle, reads their futures one by one. Some good, some not so good. Eventually she reaches you. Upon seeing your pale complexion, solid jet black eyes, and flame red hair, she backs away, startled. Your odd appearance and striking presence both intrigue and frighten her, but she is a professional. She takes your hand, sits you down at her table, and begins to read your palm. What she sees is very strange. Your lifeline is uncertain, and yet your destiny is clear. You are to be a widely known figure, one of great import, yet there is a dark road as well. Something in your future gives her pause. She sees great evil in your future, yet cannot be sure if it is an outside force influencing your destiny or something from within. A strange dichotomy, to be sure, this Zhelyu is. Both where you came from and where you were going are blurred, something Nyestra has never seen before. Each one of these things is told to you in turn, and you listen in rapt attention, hanging on her every word. As you get up to exit her tent, you press a gem and several gold coins into her palm and leave, bowing deeply as if she were royalty. She glows at the overpayment, for normally all she asks is a few silver coins and a promise to live up to one's potential. You are indeed a hero, at least to her. Not gonna get it. Alright. Oh, hold on. Oh, fuck, did the AI lose 12 sharpshooters here? Alright. Not great. Well, take what you can get. Advanced Wisdom, Expertise. Take those here. Now, if I was gonna take anything else, it would be war. So, but I want logistics. The direction I'm gonna try to herd them next. So normally that would be great. I don't need that. As you pass a small puddle, you hear a voice call out to you, gentle and soft. The voice is that of a woman, or so it sounds. You kneel down beside the tiny pool and peer into its stillness. To your surprise, there is a face of a beauteous woman. She is beckoning you to her, whispering your name on warm winds blowing across the puddle, causing slight ripples on its surface. I am Sail, the Wave Rider. I represent the elemental plane of water, and am one of many called here to protect this world from those who would see it harmed. I am sending this message to you, Zhelu, because your destiny lies along a similar path to ours. Beware the Dark Lord, for he is assembling a weapon of near immeasurable power. At that point, a stiff wind comes up and scatters the water about, sending the image of Sayul away. Confused at this warning, yet drawn to this woman somehow, you mount your horse and continue on with your mission. Figuring out the cryptic message will have to wait. Time is of the essence. Like, you're supposed to do this before you head over here for obvious reasons. Looking for res and teleport. Oh. Shame I can't reach them. That's the town I bequeath to them. I suppose. And reach them. What's up? Zhelyu saved the world from being taken over by Sandro and the Kriegans just so he could blow it up himself. Yep. You are awoken to an odd feeling in the back of your neck, a tingling sensation warned of danger. You spin, blade in hand, faster than the eye can catch, and are faced with a small figure grown from the earth itself. This figure is vaguely humanoid and stands approximately 2 feet tall. The figure bows deeply, introduces itself as a minion of Erdamon, and claims he bears a message for the ears of Zhelyu alone. Confused, you agree, albeit warily.
You are the one known as Zhelyu, are you not? Very well. I am Erdamon, the Earthshaper. I have come from the elemental plane of Earth and have been sent to protect this world from those who would see it harm. Sayuri told me you have spoken to her. I trust you have already met the minions of the Dark Lord. Excellent. The Dark Lord has many names and many minions, the worst of which is Zeron, he who was born of man and demon. Be wary of this one, for he is most skilled in the dark arts, as well as having an affinity for devilkin.
Then the small figure melded back into the ground as if it never had been. Thinking you were merely dreaming, you lay back down and contemplate what this Erdamon has told you. Clone. Hasn't been visited. Is it just the stuff on the side? Sitting around the campfire last night, you and several of your most trusted advisors were knocked off your feet when the flame suddenly exploded outward. The flames licked skyward and coalesced into a humanoid shape, its eyes glowing a brilliant green.
I come to speak to the half-human warrior known as Zhelyu. He with eyes of obsidian darkness, skin of alabaster white, and hair the color of flame. I am called Fire the Flame Walker. I am he, born of fire, come here to protect this world from those who would harm it. A tide of growing darkness is flowing across this world, gaining momentum with every day. The one known as Zeron is a servant of the Dark Lord, and is even now seeking the tools needed to build a weapon of terrible destructive power, Armageddon's blade.
He said it.
My fellow Conflux heroes, Sahil and Erdamon, have secreted these tools away in a far-off land, yet this Zeron has located us anyway. He is powerful and we shall attempt to stop him, but we now fear that we cannot stop the weapon's creation. We can, however, let you know the wielder of the blade is not invincible.
That said, the flames form into a great fiery phoenix which gouts its breath into the sky, shoving aside the darkness of night for the merest of moments. It then poured back into the fire pit and returned to being a simple campfire as if nothing had happened. Oh, yes, protection from fire. We're saved. I can read this. Easy. Much quicker. Shame. Such a shame. Let me go pick up water magic. A pair of warriors dragging a third enters the encampment early in the morning. The dragged man is gravely wounded and appears near death. Healers rush for the man and begin their work as you approach. As you get closer, you can see that this man is a member of the Talon Brigade. How he has gotten this far north you cannot understand, but the fact remains he is here. As you kneel beside him, the swordsman grasps you by the edges of her cloak and in a raspy voice speaks his warning.
There is one out there, my lord. A devil named Zeron, who is the one seeking Armageddon's blade. My unit was sent here by General Kendall to aid you. I am all that is left of us. Zeron is close to completing the blade. He is going to use it to destroy us all.
His words trail off into silence as he collapses into death. His body limp and lifeless, the man's last words hang in your mind. What is this Armageddon's blade, and who is this Zeron you keep hearing about? Answers are needed, and needed quickly, for Arathia is running out of time. And with that, we have actually conquered the map. Look at that. Maybe they're stunners. You know, I could have let them run out of that town and built that one up, but fuck them. Seeking Armageddon, Zeron must gather the Sword of Hellfire, Breastplate of Brimstone, and Shield of the Damned. If he dies, Eoful's hopes die with him. He will be able to advance to 12th level. All of his experience, skills, and spells shall transfer with him to the next scenario. The greatest hero in all Eoful is Zeron the Terrible. He has been attempting to fulfill King Lucifer's vision for some time now, but every time he has gotten close to one of the objects needed to build Armageddon's blade, a hero from the elemental conflicts has arrived to take it. Now he has them cornered in Avli, and they are ripe for the picking. Red AI with the comeback, yeah man. I want audio books narrated by Rams. What about Geodo? Rumor has it that that may be coming out one day. Fully narrated. Alright guys. You ready for the greatest cutscene? Followed up very closely by the last Drakon cutscene. Because here it comes!
My quest is sacred, given to me by the king himself. I have searched the continent for the relics he desires. When I have come close, a mysterious hero has spirited my prize away. I have pursued these heroes for months. Now, I have them cornered. They will either surrender the relics, their lives, or both.
Oh, even Darai was here for this.
My quest is sacred. You, my faithful Zeron, have been given the glorious task of locating the artifacts needed to construct Armageddon's blade. Past failures aside, you are the one best suited to this task. My visions have told me such.
The visage of Lucifer speaks in gentle but powerful tones.
The three elemental heroes who bested you in the past have been located and seem contained for the moment. Though they have taunted you by gathering that which you seek prior to your arrival, just concentrate on your quest. Do not let petty things like pride get in your way. Xenophax was a fool and allowed himself to be arrogant and prideful. It was these things that led to his demise at the hands of those heroes from Arathia. You have been given the shackles of war as a method of ensuring that these heroes will not get away. Corner them, locate the artifacts you need, and punish them for their transgression. How dare they stand in your way? You were chosen for your loyalty and tenacity. Do not fail me. I will be watching your progress. With that, the image fades, and you are left to your own devices and planning. This time, you vow by all that is dark and unholy. Failure is no longer acceptable. To fail is to die. To succeed, your only purpose in life.
When Xenofex was slain and Lucifer Cregan seized the seat of power, Zeron was the first to declare fealty to this usurper. Highly decorated and respected, when Zeron chose to support this new king, other heroes quickly followed suit. Castlegate is OP. It's pretty nice. With a poof sound and a cloud of brimstone teleports in Zex, the messenger you sent to locate a knowledgeable sage. Zex has in his clutches a smallish human with dark features and a bushy mustache. The man dusts himself off, as if he could simply brush away the noxious smell of the demonic transportation.
Are you that which I seek, human?
Selene looks a bit nervous, but bows deeply and replied, I am he, Judge Selene, Master Sage and Arcane Historian.
Tell me all you know of the 3 Conflux heroes who have eluded me so these many weeks. I shall know that which you know, or I shall rip your heart from your breast and have myself a little snack.
Gulping deeply, Selene replies, They are Fear of the Fire Domain, Sail of the Eternal Ocean, and Erdamon, he of the Plane of Earth. Fire guards the shield of the damned, Sail the sword of hellfire, and Erdamon the breastplate of brimstone. When combined correctly, the 3 can be formed into a weapon of immense power, dubbed most aptly Armageddon's Blade.
Excellent, human. You may live yet another hour. And tell me, where might I find these heroes?
You then begin drumming your fingertips against one another in a contemplative fashion. Fire can be found to the southwest. I know not the location of the other 2, your unholiness, Selene oozes. But I would be most pleased and honored if you would allow me to discover the whereabouts of this elusive pair.
Very well, Sage, but if you do not bring me that which I seek in 1 week, I shall send Zex to retrieve your still-beating heart for my supper. Now go!
With that, Zex grabs the frightened sage and bamps away. You smile an evil smile and call to your captains. Fire is again within your grasp, with nowhere to go this time. Aha. Kinda saw that one coming, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. out I need. One of your spies reports a large cache of gold and resources lies to the north. It would be cool. Don't need. Oh. It's not. 10, 20, 10. I could do that, but I can't even get that yet. Shame. Hey, VTK. Honestly, unpopular opinion, but to me the Zeron missions are what make this campaign fun. Because the rest are kind of walkovers. These ones you at least have to play. Now, Adrian and Dragon Slayer are the best ones. Zeron walking, yes, and Holovest. The flap to your tent is flung aside, and a human figure thrown to the floor at his feet. You twist your face into a toothy grin and gaze down upon the pathetic excuse for a man that lay there, broken and battered. Good morning, Sleen. What brings you to my door on this fine, dreary day? Sleen simply rolls over onto his back and tries to focus his eyes, which are glazing over due to injuries caused by your rather over-anxious guards. I bring news to you, your eminence, of the two Conflux heroes you seek. Sayul the Wave Rider is to be found near the town of Phaedril and is heavily fortified. Ernamon the Earth Chandler is located southeast of that town and not too far away either. The slippery human reports, his eyes darting about the tent seeking a way out should this Dark Lord become displeased with the report. Very well, human. You may return to your wretched little life. I shall spare you as I said I would. Now go! Leave my presence before I decide it is time to snack. Zex! Get this pathetic worm away from here. Take him someplace unpleasant. With that, the big devil Zex grasps Sleen by the wrist and out. Returning moments later, Zex reports he dropped Sleen in the midst of a battle between some young wizards' army of Arthurs and a group of purple dragons with butterfly wings. He figured it was as unpleasant as he could get without killing him. Hey, Alger. Reports start pouring in from all across the land. Someone has been hitting small encampments and even a few daring runs into cities. They are small in number but very powerful. These hit and faded style attacks are difficult to guard against, but you manage to convince your minions it is indeed possible to stop these guerrilla raids. Getting close to time. Take a breath, man. 5, 6, 7, if I can afford it. Should. Alright. Gotcha. Alright. Not gonna lie, I did forget that I had the ability to just get no retail. As the ground glistens from the coursing magical energy surrounding it, you notice a shield that is charged with hellish flame. Red and black flames lick about its surface and outline it in an ominous way. Can I get advanced Earth, please? The next level up game. That's all I ask for. I'm guessing this is probably enough to win the map. This army, I should say. Just who I was looking for. Ah. Not like this. That's why I wanted advanced Earth, baby. You were out pacing in the darkness last night, pondering the possibilities, when you suddenly heard a noise to your left. Slowly you spun to see the source of said noise. To your delight, you noticed a small elven man shimmying up a tree with a spyglass and quiver of arrows. You grinned to yourself and teleported to the man's position. The stench of brimstone filled the elf's nostrils and nearly caused him to gag. You smiled evilly at the spy and snatched him away to interrogate him. The interrogation was long and excruciatingly painful for the elf, but alas, he would not talk. The Arathians trained their forest guard well, or so it would appear. The leader of these raids must be located and dealt with.
King Lucifer wishes to know what you are doing to acquire the pieces needed to build that which he has dreamt of non-stop for weeks now, Armageddon's blade.
Came the deep baritone voice, and the red crystal shard kept in the chamber of speaking. Your heart leapt into your throat.
I have learned the location of the 3 heroes you seek, my master. All that is left is to destroy these excuses for armies. I shall have them in my possession soon. Fear not, for failure is not an option for me. See that you do, Zeron. I would hate to think what would happen should you fail.
The voice then trails off into the blackness, the crimson stone strangely silent and dull in color, and you're left alone. Lying atop a small altar is a sword, its blade forged in the putrid flames of hell itself. It calls to you, and you oblige its wicked desire for carnage by strapping it to your side. Fate Troll. Let's resurrect. Dun, 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 dun. Boom. Now we're gonna buff Zeron to max, obviously. The gem campaign is not tough, it's just boring. This might be exciting, but it's not as exciting as when Isabel found out she was betrayed by her maid. Whoa! Hey. Which is worse, Mutari or Kilgore? See, I like fucking around at the end of the Mutari campaign with Portal of Summoning and Dragon, so I'm gonna say Kilgore. Kilgore 2 is really boring. And then the rest doesn't exactly get interesting. But Mutara's first two maps are pretty bad. Not like bad as in difficult, just bad as in boring. Maps are killing AI doesn't auto-win, yeah. Yeah, this is Jelly was the raider here. This is the resources you were getting in the first scenario are now what are funding this. Like, that's where they're coming from. Right, we have pretty much. I don't remember if I can get DD this guy. Well, apparently, because I just got fly, so that's about as good. And there it is. All right, we're good. We got what we need, boys. All right, just teleport all three. Alright, next map will be short and sweet. Should be alright. Gleaming in the sun is a breastplate that glows with an eerie orange light. As you get closer, you notice that flames appear to dance within the metal under its surface. It is an odd-looking sight, to be sure. You immediately recognize that which you have sought for so long, the breastplate of brimstone. At last, you have the last artifact needed to construct the blade. Soon the world will tremble at your feet. First... A young pit fiend strides into the center of the encampment and makes his way to you. Once there, he snaps a salute and informs you that rumor has it Queen Catherine and these accursed elemental confluxes have reached an agreement allying themselves against the might of Eoful. No matter of great concern. Once the blade has been constructed, nothing may stand in my way. They shall all drown in lakes of blood, with fire as their only epitaph. I think that was the last one. All control to teleport to Kazanda. I usually do. Maker of Sorrows. Zeron must seek out Grand Forge Smith Kazanda and force him to make Armageddon's blade. If Zeron falls, all is lost. Zeron is only allowed to advance to 24th level. Zeron must seek out the Grand Forge Smith Kazanda. He is the only man with the knowledge and skill to build Armageddon's blade, and it is vital that he convince him to do this. There shall be interference from the accursed, from the accused conflux towns. You must complete this quest and then return to the capital.
My king seeks to build Armageddon's blade. With this fabled weapon, he will set the world on fire. I have the elements to build the blade, but only the Grand Forge Smith Kazandar can fashion it from the relics I carry. Again, a collection of mysterious heroes gathered to aid my quest. Ironically, they have surrounded Kazandar, but have not killed him as I would. This proves they are soft. They will not stand in my way.
Selene has provided us with the name of the man whom you will seek out. Grand Forge Smith Kazandar. An alchemist and weaponsmith of great repute, is the sole man in all Antagorit who has the knowledge and skill to build Armageddon's blade. Find him, Zeron. Find him and force him to construct the blade, for if he does not consent, make him suffer until he does. My vision will become reality and you will carry it out for me. According to Selene, he is being held somewhere in this area of the contested lands, protected by those accursed confluxes. Destroy them. Make them suffer for daring to stand in the way of destiny. You are too close to achieving my victory to be held off by this rabble. Succeed and the rewards will be glorious. I shall wear your skin as a cloak, and your eyes shall adorn my ring should you fail me.
As the vision fades from the red crystal shard, you stand and summon Selene to your side. Zex, your faithful servant, away, and returns shortly with a slimy human.
So, Selene, here is my task for you. Find me the location of that smith. Failure is not an option.
Look at these motherfuckers. I know I remembered one of them having Devil's pre-built. I thought it was this one. Yeah, I knew I remember that too. You could only build one order of fire. They knew what they were doing. Clearly, 1 greater than 3. Zex teleports into your presence with a message on his lips. Kneeling before his lord and master, Zex begins his report.
My master, I have come to regretfully inform you that our enemy has again begun their shadowy attacks on our supply lines. We lost 3 more caravans, and the mark of that accursed para-warrior was left behind on one of the wagons. Arise, Zex, my faithful companion. I have a task for you. Seek out Selene and put a name on this mysterious pale warrior. I wish to know his name, so I might know it when I kill him.
Sag. Very Sag. Celine stumbles into the meeting area, having been pushed there by Zex. You turn and face the little man who has provided you with much worthy information. He is visibly sweating, and you know that fear courses through his veins. It is obvious that Celine is still worried if you are going to carry out your threat to eat his heart.
I bring news, Your Eminence, Celine states fearfully. The Grand Forgesmith Kazandar is being held in a simple hut somewhere in the tunnels left behind by the overlords of Nyan when they invaded Arathia not long ago. He should be easy to find, as he will be heavily guarded.
Congratulations, Celine. You have managed to exceed my expectations as to how skilled and useful you are. Perhaps you will not need to be eaten after all. However, I wouldn't be making any long-term plans if I were you. Oh, thank God. No escape. Oh. Decent hope, yeah. It was a maxi. A hurried messenger demon rushes into your planning session early in the pre-dawn hours. Infuriated at the intrusion, you grasp the demon by the throat and lift him off the ground. Your fetid breath on his face, you ask him why you were being interrupted.
My master, I come to pass on a message sent by our spies in the contested lands. They tell of a meeting between the elemental lords of the conflux and Queen Catherine. They also say an agreement has been reached between the two armies. They are now allies.
The demon manages to croak out just before you crush his windpipe. Throwing his lifeless corpse to the ground, you bellow out in rage, "Bring me Sleene! I want to know why this little piece of information escaped his attention. I want to know why Queen Catherine is still alive. I want to know why incompetents surround me so! Zex! Get this useless sack of griffin droppings out of my sight. I need to think." Where's the tent? Ahead is an entrance to an old Mayan tunnel system. At last, Sleene's information is starting to pay off. Wait. There's a text I'm missing. I guess not. The dank, moldy smell of dragon dung hangs thick in the air. Perhaps this is not a good idea. As you approach the hut, you hear some odd whistling emanating from within. The song is a sad, angry tune filled with a sense of bitterness and angst. Finding the tune strangely intriguing, you go up to the door and kick it open. Sitting calmly in a rocking chair is an old man with a long white beard smoking a pipe. His eyes stare into oblivion, unblinking. Clearing your throat, you get his attention. Somewhat.
Yeah, what do you want?
The old man asks irritatedly.
Speak quickly, I'm a busy man.
I have come a long way, old man. I hear you are the one called Kazundar, the Grand Forgesmith, and you are he who can harness Armageddon. I've brought the legendary artifacts needed for the ritual. All I need now is for you to make me Armageddon's blade. The old man looks at you, contemplates his word carefully, and puffs on his pipe.
So you finally come to ask me to build my last great piece. Yes, I'm Kazundar, and yes, I'll make your blade. A few conditions though. First, I want to be spared your Armageddon. Second, I want to be paid. Well paid. I figure 30,000 pieces of gold ought to do it. Once I get that, you may take the artifacts from my apprentice and I shall build your sword. Finally, here, give the 30,000 gold to me. By the way, since you're going there anyway, take this to my apprentice. He's been looking for it. I'll be along shortly once my work here is done. Then I shall make your weapon.
They didn't respawn! Easy win. Easy win. Had it the whole time, baby. This is why I remember having this. Okay. I knew I used to have fucking the Tome of Air or something similar. Cutius. A forlorn-looking Zex enters your chambers, a long look on his face. He obviously bears grave news. He kneels down as is tradition, but is waved to stand and give his report.
My master, I regret to inform you that your mother has been slain in battle. It was the Pale Warrior who has been plaguing us so. She fought bravely yet was slain by that accursed one during one of the raids that he has been leading. I am truly sorry, my lord,
Zex states as he takes a step backward.
leave me.
When the tent is clear, you drop to your knees and sob. Soon your sobs turn to laughter. Laughter with no humor. Laughter filled with insane rage. Moments later, the tent erupts in a steady stream of swearing and the crashing sounds of destruction. The musty smell down here is stifling. A feeling of uncertainty is nagging at the backside of your brain. Too bad Celine couldn't actually find the bloody hut. That crackling flames you hear. In your sleep, you are visited by haunting dreams, and spirits come to you with a warning. Your present course of action is leading towards your destruction. You laugh in their faces, and the visions get worse. Still, you laugh at their pathetic attempts to sway you from your appointed task. You have suffered far worse fates than some intimate ghosts haunting you in your sleep. Zex in and kneels before you while you are deeply involved in examining tactical maps. You turn and put your hand on Zex's shoulder. What is it, my trusted friend? Is it bad news again? You may feel at ease when speaking to me.
I have grave news to bring you, my master. Our spies have informed me that Queen Catherine and her forces now march on Krila itself. Our northern lines have failed to breach her defenses enough to gain a foothold in Arathia, and I have reason to believe King Roland has reinforced her position and made his own push into Eoful. My lord, I fear we might be beaten.
Never!
You backhanded Zex across the face, sending him sliding across the floor. I cannot believe what they have brought me to. No longer shall I tolerate failure. I want them all slaughtered. Kill everything. Leave no survivors. Go!
Zex quickly flees his master's presence just as you unleash your fury on the map table in front of him. Maps and markers fly across the tent, scattering like spores in the wind.
Know this, Catherine Iron Fist. I shall have my revenge. I swear by Erebus the Dark, I will flay the skin from your child's bones as you watch. You shall suffer my wrath for this insolence.
I think that was it. Yeah.
My master said you would be coming. He told me to meet you here and to expect several artifacts would be delivered. Oh, you have the Sword of Hellfire, Breastplate of Brimstone, Shield of the Damned. Oh yes, he also mentioned you would be bringing my Sphere of Permanence. I've been missing that for many months now. Do you have all of these things?
I do, but before we do it, enjoy the conflicts theme. I've got to use the bathroom. Don't worry, guys, I wash my hands. He gives a fixed bonus for those. Kazunda and his apprentice go in the back and soon as heard the sounds of spells being cast, the pounding of hammer on steel, and the swearing of an injured hand now and again. After some time, old man Kazunda emerges from the forge bearing a blade wrapped in a thick cloth. He unwraps the cloth slowly, and a pulsating light emanates from the weapon so recently forged. The blade looks odd, like none ever seen in Antagarich before. The hilt guard is shaped like an eagle, and the blade has a strange shape to it. Yet it bears the unmistakable appearance of a weapon most foul. Here is your weapon, Dark One. Thank you for your payment. Now leave me be. Congratulations, you have found the Armageddon's blade. You can claim victory. Return of the Kang! Roland must defeat the demonic armies camped on the other side of the Great Lake. Without Roland, the men will go their separate ways. Roland will be allowed to attain 24th level. All of his experience, skills, and spells will carry over to his next scenario. King Roland, and General Morgan Kendall are on the western shores of the Great Lake and must take a mixed Arathian conflicts army deep into Krigan territory. They must cross the lake and go through the mountains and prepare to make a push towards Catherine's army in the north, thus trapping the devils between the two forces.
Heroes from the confluxes tell us the elemental gods have sent them to us. So together we might destroy Lucifer Kregan and his quest to set the world on fire. Catherine trusts these new allies. I am not as giving. However, we do not have a choice, as support for the war wanes and our forces dwindle. If these elemental heroes are to be our allies, they will prove themselves in this forthcoming battle, under my command.
Standing on the edge of the Great Lake, you, the Kang of Enroth, contemplate the situation. Your army stands on the western shores, looking out over the smoldering fields of the Eoful-controlled regions to the east. Yours and General Kendall's forces have arrived recently on a mission of great import. Here you have met with your new allies from the elemental conflicts to cut off the Kregan supply routes, and push the Eoful army back from the Arathia-Eoful border right into Queen Catherine and Zhelya's troops. If successful, the Kregans from Eoful will be forced to wage a defensive war. You must keep this alliance together, for Arathian support is growing increasingly difficult to maintain. Even Catherine herself is facing increasing pressure to end the conflict quickly. It is obvious those fools truly have no idea of the gravity of the consequences of failure. Should you be ineffective in stopping King Lucifer in his mad campaign of terror and destruction, not just Arathia will suffer his wrath, but all of Antagarage. Perhaps even your beloved Enroth may fall under the flames of this accursed Demon King. Shuddering at that dark thought, you compose yourself, straighten your tunic, and stride back to your officers. Mounting your powerful Arathian-bred stallion, you shout the order to move out. There is a war to be waged, and a world to be won. Following King Grivenar's murder, General Morgan Kendall temporarily assumed the throne until a new successor could be found. History shall remember him as the only ruler of Arathia who allowed the capital city of Stedwick to be captured. Fucking loser. Recently freed from the Kregans, Roland respectfully serves as a general in Arathia's military under his wife Catherine. Someday soon these conflicts will end, and he and Catherine will return to Enroth. However, both must decide what will happen to the Arathian throne. A letter arrived in your encampment last night from Catherine. You lit up like a child at solstice time. The note smelled of many things, the most important being her special perfume, the one you loved so much for her to wear. My dearest Roland, I write to bring you bad news. My spies have reported the Cregan hero called Zeron has achieved the unthinkable. He has built Armageddon's blade. Be warned, for I hear he is sending a great force to your position. Come back safe to me and give my best to General Kendall. I know you will succeed, for I have faith in you both. Bruh. What? Yeah! Got him on the morale, baby! That's what I'm talking about, Kendall. A message came in late last night from some scouts located on an island east of Falaron Sea that was unapproachable. The glitter of gold could be seen on its shores. Perhaps this was where the dreaded Ragnan pirates' treasure troves are kept? The trouble is, how does one get to the island? There must be some way. Either a tunnel or a monolith. As General Kendall prepares to address his troops for the morning, a timid farmer is brought before him. This farmer tells the noble general of the encroachment by these wicked devilkin and how he feels they are the ones responsible for stealing his cattle. General Kendall, being the diplomat that he is, made the farmer feel that he personally was going to see that this man's cattle was returned or avenged. The farmer leaves, contented and assured, as he knows that Morgan Kendall is a man of his word. They've been clever new. A young centaur messenger arrives this morning, just after breakfast was being cleared up, presenting you a message from Jelyu. You thank the young scout, and the centaur trots off to return to his master. You open the letter and read its contents. My lord and husband of my queen, I have sent Herzle here with this message to report on our status. Our guerrilla actions are proceeding well, and the enemy is feeling the sting of loss due to our attacks. He has been pulling back steadily, but I have lost a great many men doing it. I've begun integrating the troops from our new allies, and have found them to be very effective. They fight hard and well. You would do well to trust them, for they are loyal and fierce. Good fortune be with you, my lord. May the light always shine upon thee. Jelly, captain of the forest god. Images and sounds swirl through your mind as you sleep. Terrible images brought forth from your damaged soul, which cries out for peace of mind. You have been held captive for nearly 7 years, and the torture inflicted upon you was unimaginable. Now you suffer the ill effects of those 7 years. The dream is the same every time. You are locked in a cell, the walls made of some dank, cool gray stone, with a single door, the only egress. You are chained to a bed, your flesh crawling with bugs of some sort, and forced to listen to the screams of the tortured souls that accompany you on your road to hell. The sickening sounds of a whip cracking on flesh tear at your very being with each snap and wail from the lash's victims. You struggle to be free of this terrible nightmare, but are instead dragged down even further. As the sounds of suffering continue, your door is opened and several grotesque figures enter the cell, unchain you, and drag your near useless body out into a courtyard. There you are placed in the stocks, and have your skin slowly peeled away. You try desperately not to cry out, but can only hold out for so long. While you are being flayed alive, you catch a glimpse of the demon's lords, all of whom are laughing at the helpless king. You grit your teeth at the pain and hold back the tears that want to flow heavily. After finishing their fun, they throw you back in your cell, healed of the wounds, but not relieved of the pain. Unable to move from the sheer agony of your injuries, you simply lay there, writhing in a near fetal position. Lifting your head from the cold stone floor, you peer through eyes swollen shut from fists and see the spectral face of your twisted brother laughing at you. Archibald's dream ghost points at you and laughs a chilling laugh, one that angers you beyond your knowing. You have never been so helpless as then. Not since your banishment during the Succession Wars have you felt so alone. You want to die, to simply cease to exist, but the devils come again and whisk you away to be beaten once more. As they reach for your arms, your eyes shoot open as you curl deeper into your bedding. This is not the first night that this nightmare has visited you, but is the first time in many weeks. You must find a way to quiet these inner demons, something to chase away the nightmares, once and for all. You stand atop a small rise and look out over the Great Lake, eyes filled with tears, for today is the 16th anniversary of your son Nikolai's birth, and here you are, far away fighting a war. The pang of loss and the grief of missing your son fuels your depression even more. What with the nightmares returning and now this, life did not seem very fair. In a far-off land, your son is becoming a man, while you stay here to battle these accursed demons once more. You hope this time will be the last. You have had enough of war. A blade in the back. Jelyu must defeat all of the Eoful armies in this region and cut off any escape route. Without him, the quest shall fail. Zhelyu will be allowed to advance to 24th level, and all of his skills, spells, and experience will be carried over to his next scenario. Zhelyu must take his army to cut off any escape routes the Eoful army might be able to use. King Roland and General Kendall are moving against the Kriegans and pushing them towards him, along with Queen Catherine's forces. To ensure King Lucifer is defeated, the Kriegans must not be allowed to escape.
In my operations, information is always scarce.
Kendall
never
really
given
is the
full
greatest of
trust.
chokers.
Now, I am told the elemental
like the
confluxes
Cowboys.
we have encountered have allied with Queen Catherine in her war to destroy King Lucifer Kriegan. I have orders to move deep into Eoful, behind the main Kriegan force Catherine holds at the border. There, I am to cut off any potential escape route. I pray this is not a trap.
It's not. The message sent last night told you the following. Zhelyu, you have been doing well thus far in your guerrilla attacks, but the time has come to make our push towards the Eoful capital city of Krila and end this once and for all. While my husband and I march from the south, you are to invade through Avli and cut off any escape route the Kriegans may have. I do not wish to be traversing the Eoful countryside looking for this King Lucifer. We cannot allow him to use Armageddon's blade. Not now, not ever. Do not fail me, my loyal Zhelyu. Too much is at stake. A letter arrives from Queen Catherine by Griffin Rider. The rider, in an obvious hurry, simply leaves the letter without even so much as dismounting the great winged beast. Upon ripping open the sealed message, you read in total shock and disbelief. Zhelyu, my faithful servant, I am sending this letter to inform you the nobility in Arathia is becoming increasingly difficult to work with on this war. They are beginning to refuse to support me with monies and supplies. Troops are even beginning to be withheld or delayed. They tell me they consider this war at its end. Little do those short-sighted fools understand the gravity of the situation we face. As such, I am recommending we utilize our newfound allies more, as we shall need them to win this war. I have a plan to deal with the nobles, but the timing must be just right. Good luck. We are all counting on you.
We do not like you. You die now.
Not.
Your entrails shall decorate our lair. Flee now, for it is your only hope of salvation.
Gogs do not like us, no. We have guerrilla attacks. Stemming the tide of escaping refugees when one is looking for the enemy is never an easy task, and this time is no exception. Your troops are combing the countryside, seeking out those who would be fleeing their homeland in an attempt to cheat fate. You have been ordered to put pressure on the Kriegans from the north, and that you shall. Towards that end, you have set up several teams of people whose job it is to watch the floods and look for potential targets. One of these teams sent word they had captured a rather important refugee, the Arbiter candidate named Sleen. Under orders from you, he was brought to you immediately for questioning. After several hours of questioning, Sleen finally broke and gave the following information. Zeron indeed does have the blade and is intending to use it very soon. Also, Sleen mentioned a great smith who was convinced to make the weapon. Pressing, Sleen refuses to give up the name of the smith. You figure it is unimportant for now. The fact of the matter is the blade is real and unleashed upon the world. Now the difficult part is to locate the weapon and deal with it. Sleen, in chains, will be taken to Stedwick to stand trial for his crimes. Good. Good. A group of demons appears to be fleeing. Either that or they've been sent on a suicide mission. What a pathetic array of troops. This should be no match for your troops. Sons of Erebus coming. Watch out, they's gonna eat you. The fuck is ain't gonna do shit. Advance no further, meat. Our flames of purification shall be your end if you dare face us. Spoilers. They were not. A note is delivered to you via a strange messenger, a corpse spiked to a tree. When you get the note, you are told of how it was delivered. This makes you wince slightly, as it was truly cruel. The note reads, "To the murderer Jelly, this is the only warning you will receive, and is to inform you I will be killing you and all that you love as you have done to me. This message is revenge from my mother, you monster. Zeron, leader of the Sons of Erebus, and bearer of Armageddon's blade." Confused, you have to think back on those that you had slain recently. No women came to mind. There was a succubus on that raid 2 weeks ago, but the thought of her being anyone's mother was the furthest thing from your mind as she was trying to drink your soul. Should have thought of that. If you see some big Sons of Erebus, you gonna be scared. We are. Are dead. Logistics. Yes. We can get it. Sons of Erebus almost here. They's gonna paste you for attacking us. Fuck 'em. We, the lesser Sons of Erebus, shall not allow you to pass. Stand fast and die, else turn your tail and flee from us. We neither ask quarter, nor shall we give it. You see ahead what appears to be a battlefield with several dozen dead on both sides of the conflict. The demon's ichor fills the mid-morning air with a crisp smell of evil, while their opponents' corpses confirm the rumors that the halflings want their land back. Sickened by the hundreds of dead halflings, you are forced to leave the scene or retch. Your men are not so lucky, for not all of them have horses as agile as yours and must pass through the carnage much more slowly. Many empty their stomachs, adding to the virtually impregnable wall of odors assaulting them as they march. Done. Ye shiver in despair, for the Sons of Erebus shall feast upon thy bloodied husks. Sure they will. Nevermore shall you walk in the light. The Sons of Erebus are on their way. And my favorite one.
We're gonna eat your knuckles!
Shouts the leader.
Knuckles, knuckles!
Chant the rest of the familiars at his back, peeking out from behind the leader. Brave warriors, indeed. You're gonna get eaten by big nasty sons of Erebus. We're gonna taste you first. Nice. That's what we wanted, baby. And just like that, it was worth staying back here. 100% worth. Oh, even better. Kieran, one of your most trusted scouts, reports that yesterday his team was on a watchdog patrol of the area near Mortanis. There they watched as a group of demons tried to sneak across the border into Avli, but before his team could act, the devils were cut down by a horde of smallish humanoid warriors wielding slings and short swords. While the numbers of these little people were not very numerous, the demons never stood a chance. They did manage to slay a few, but not enough to make an account for themselves. When the demons were all dead, the little people disappeared into well-hidden tunnel entrances. Kieran and his team were stunned by the swiftness and ferocity of the attack, but eventually he went down to take a look at the battlefield. The little people were in fact halflings. It has been believed by many that the halflings who used to live in Eoful were all killed, but apparently this is not true. Interesting. Still use a res. Oh, you son of a bitch. It's like this or what? I think I need a rest. Yeah, I do need a rest. No, there's Dimension Door. Alright. You win some, you lose some. The next map will be hilarious. What? This map is done, by the way. If I wanted to win, I could just jump down and do so. The letter is delivered by Griffin Rider this morning bearing the seal of the King of Enroth. Opening it quickly, you read it twice to make sure you know its contents completely, then destroy it. It read as follows. Jelyu, this letter is to inform you that my army is on the move. General Kendall is returning to Sedgwick to deal with some political problems back home, but his presence is felt with us still. You've done an excellent job thus far with your skillful guerrilla attacks, and have the enemy scrambling. Keep up the good work and may the light shine down on you. As your army approaches the city of Jagos, you can see a peculiar thing. There are scores of men crucified upon the battlements. One in particular stands out. He has longish gray hair, a full beard, mustache, and a strange aura about him, even while dead. It appears as though Grand Forge Smith Kazandar has met his ultimate end. Untimely end. And not in a pleasant manner either. Rather, not only has he been killed, but he has been humiliated and put on display for others to mock and cheer as well. You can smell the carnage for miles, yet you are drawn to this place inexplicably. Something must be done to stop this madness. Those who follow the Dark One called Lucifer shall pay with their lives, is the silent vow you mutter to yourself as you continue up the road. I'll give him. Now we take Krila on. We'll be close. All this talk of the Sons of Erebus has you wondering, so you summon a runner to visit with Judge Fairweather and deliver a message. Knowing the judge to be the wisest sage in all Antagarage, you send this runner with a long list of queries on subjects broad and narrow. Your priority is to keep the demon hordes from fleeing your way. But it never hurts to know thy enemy. Alright, we only have one more hope for a res. Which is annoying. I saw it coming. We didn't get much. I have implosion. This map just became one big waiting game anyway, so. Zeron, the sword was right there. It was there the whole time, you dumbo. Got everything up here. Should have picked that up while I had the chance. It's on me. Your spies report several halfling guerrillas have won a minor victory and taken the supply route from the south away from the Kriegans. They shall not hold it long, for the sons of Erebus have begun to rally. If you hurry, you can aid them in getting their homeland back. They are timid, so do not expect them to help you openly. This way next. Early in the morning, the runner you sent to consult with Judge Fairweather returns. He is tired, weak, and suffering from lack of sleep, yet he has returned. A letter is stored in his things and found after he collapsed. The letter opened, you read the following. In answer to your queries, I shall tell you this, young Jelyu of the Forest Guard. The unholy order of the Sons of Erebus is in your monastic order of demons and heretics, sharing one desire, to carry out the wishes of their liege, King Lucifer. All are well-trained and seasoned veterans. The most evil and devious of their order is the one called Zeron. According to what I have been able to learn, he is their current leader, handpicked by King Lucifer himself for the job. The times for them may look grim, never count one out, for they enjoy cheating. There is always some trick up their sleeve. Trust them not even if they should choose to surrender. Good fortune on your quest. Judge Fairweather, Arbiter, and Sage. Still didn't get to the max level. We are the last Sons of Erebus. Prepare yourself for Oblivion. It's gonna be close. I think the Armageddon. Oh no, there you go. Couldn't remember. At dusk last night, a small boy came running into camp, seeking the pale warrior called Devil's Bane. He stumbled in, all haggard and underfed, falling at your feet. He looked up, gazing into your face, and passed out. A couple of hours later, the boy revived and spoke of his time as an apprentice to Grand Forgesmith Kazanda. He then spun a tale of working as a simple boy in a simple forge, when along came these mysterious people looking like fantastical creatures, who spoke in hushed turns to Kazanda, and the whole lot of them vanished in a puff of blue smoke. Weeks later, he was summoned to again work for Kazandar as his primary apprentice. A great honor it was indeed. The difference this time was the people around Kazandar were not the mysterious figures from before, but rather these people were demonic and frightening. A tall, powerful-looking devil sneered at the boy day in and day out, and when they had completed that which they were being forced to create, the devil, called Zeron by his minions, ordered them taken to Jagos for their execution. Kazandar, the boy said, was taken away, and the boy left to die in a cell. He never saw him again. After only a few days, the boy managed to escape, and just now reached here. He had heard of this pale warrior, who was steadily defeating the devils these past few months, and chose to seek him out. The boy wanted to warn you of the thing that he helped to create, a weapon dubbed Armageddon's Blade. Bum, bum, bum. We did not level up. To kill a hero, Catherine, Jelyu, and Roland must defeat the demoniac hero Zeron. If any one of them falls, all is lost. Catherine, Roland, and Jelyu will be allowed to reach 36th level and carry over all spells, skills, and experience to the next scenario. They also carry over all of their spell scrolls, which is why it's tempting to take Town Portal. I'm not gonna lie. You know, I will. I'm gonna do it. I just want to see what happens. Catherine has lost support in Arathia. They are tired of war and do not wish to pursue this any further. To ensure victory, Catherine has stepped down as queen and joined Roland with the Conflux army, pushing deeper into Eoful. General Kendall has been left to see to the task of picking Arathia's next ruler. In secret, he has dispatched Jelyu and his forest guard to help his former queen and good friend in this most serious of endeavors.
With the majority of the Krigan forces destroyed, Arathia's lords have grown weary of this war and have withdrawn their support. They do not understand. This is a critical moment. To continue this war, I have stepped down as Arathia's queen. Myself, Roland, and the Conflux forces will continue to press to the capital of Eoful. However, between us and the Demon King stands the hero Zeron. We are told he wields Armageddon's blade. We must succeed for the safety of Arathia and the world.
Support has greatly waned amongst the Arathian nobility for this war in the past few months. It has been costly in both gold and lives, precious commodities, all to be certain. However, this endeavor is of utmost import if what the soothsayers said is true. Should they really have Armageddon's blade, King Lucifer must not be allowed to continue in his mad quest. The line must be drawn here and now. Seeing as how the Arathian people see this war as being over, they have refused to fund your war any longer. Disheartened as you were, you decreed General Morgan Kendall would act as regent in your stead, his primary task to find a new leader for the kingdom your father made so great. You chose to abdicate the Arathian throne and ally yourself with the elemental confluxes in an effort to destroy this mad king and his demonic hordes once and for all. Teary-eyed yet stoic, you transferred control of the kingdom of your birth to General Kendall and rode off towards your destiny. When all was said and done, you and Roland were going to return to Enroth and your son Nikolai at last. Arathia was free to rule itself without interference from Enroth. Its destiny was now its own. You had a war to win, a world to save, and could not be burdened by grief over the terrible choices you were forced to make. The days ahead will be filled with rough terrain and sleepless nights. Roland and your forces marched across the fire-ravaged plains of Eoful en route to Krila, the capital city. Word soon spread of your approach, and you were met with great resistance. Though the fighting was brutal, your tactical prowess and Roland's tenacity proved to be the better of the enemy, and you forced them back nearly to the capital itself. Now you have a firm hold in the majority of Eoful, Conflux fortresses sprouting up everywhere. The problem came when word was sent that Zeron, Eoful's brilliant warlord, had arrived with the near totality of his sons of Erebus, Eoful's elite royal guard. Worse still, spies report, he bears a great sword of immense power. It appears in fact that your worst fears have been realized. Armageddon's blade is not only real, but here on the field of battle as well. Zeron must fall and the blade recovered if this assault is to succeed. Once he has been defeated, the rest will be mere practice. So who gets town board? Nobody. What? 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 Boo. Alright. We'll take the 5 Thunderbirds then. I thought there was gonna be like a scroll. Sentence. Now for the fun. Here you go, Zeron. Here's the big bad sword. Because yes, for some reason they just left the sword sitting out there. And hey, look, there's Resurrect! Alright, easy. So we could totally win the map right now, but where's the fun in that? We are, instead, going to play the map. Next mission bugged out for you when you played it and the time never kicked in? Oh, wow. A runner from the north approaches your encampment with caution. He wears the markings of a forest guard scout and bears a scroll in hand. You wave him over, take the scroll, open it, and read its contents. After a brief reading, you turn to the runner and tell him to inform King Roland of this message. The runner leaves to go inform King Roland that Gelyu has been sent along as well, at the request of General Kendall. Arathia still supports your quest, just not as it has in the past. It is a good feeling to know this war will be won, and won much more easily now that Gelyu and his forces have arrived as well. However, the nagging feeling that Zeron is not going to be easy to defeat continues to plague you in the back of your mind. This is a dangerous time, a possible turning point, one you cannot back away from. That blade has to be taken from the terrible hands which now wield it, no matter the cost. Surprisingly accurate. This blade did need to be taken from Gelyu. If only they had listened. Fucking Zeron. He's having too much fun. Oh, just enough. Alright. Ah, you motherfucker. Bad, no losses if not for that. Wow. One 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 AI suffers a crushing defeat. Sorry, 117, yeah. We knew that would happen. A shadowy figure slips into the meeting chamber where you sit with your advisors. This wispy figure takes shape, that of a humanoid made of pure wind. Its voice, one of crackling lightning and booming thunder, rips through the meeting area, gaining everyone's attention.
I represent the elemental lords of the great conflux. I come before you to bring a warning. The use of Armageddon's blade will soon tear this world asunder. It must be contained, else it consumes us all. Do not dally with the Zeron. He is cunning and treacherous. Be wary of his power. Be warned of his might. Its warning having been issued, the elemental being dissipates and returns to its masters. Those in attendance sit stock still, unable to comment on the proclamation of dread just uttered here at the stay. You clear your throat and draw their attention back to you. My friends and compatriots, we have now seen proof positive these conflux lords are indeed working for our benefit, and the benefit of the world as a whole. We must heed this warning and take Armageddon's blade for ourselves. This way, we control the weapon, thus controlling our enemy. If we can locate and defeat this Zeron, we can contain his terrible weapon of annihilation before he gets an opportunity to use its complete power. Now let's get back to work and figure out a way to stop these madmen.
Where you going, bud? Roland stood to address his troops marching back and forth across the makeshift stage he had set up expressly for this purpose. The need for a morale boost became an almost intangible feeling, for tensions were high and some infighting had taken place. No major injuries reported, but there were some incidents. He needed to do something quickly to rally the troops. Lo, these many months we have pressed onward, trudging through the black, desolate regions of this accursed land. The time has come where again we are the ones who are on the attack. Our enemy is in sight, and the opportunity has arisen to deliver a crushing blow to these twisted freaks. As you all know, I was held captive by these animals for many years, so I know of which I speak when I say we cannot allow these things to exist any longer in our world. They must be excised from the face of Antagarich like the boil they are. To that end, I need you. Your strength, your courage. We must press forward, on to Krila, and obliterate these monsters once and for all. Send them back to hell. There shall be no quarter, no survivors. The crowd's cheers bring Roland's speech of genocide to a rousing close. Upon leaving the stage, Roland is near visibly shaking, the rage in his heart on the surface at last, bringing with it a cloud to his once sparkling eyes, a dark cloud showing the damage done to his soul. Captivity has marred his spirit, such that nothing short of total victory can bring him peace. The Kriegans must pay for what they have done to him, regardless of the cost to him and his immortal soul. Again, Zeron, there's a Sword of Hellfire. I don't think he looked that hard. Or else he definitely would have found it. Alright, 26. Yeah. Here we go. It's the whole map. Definitely is. Okay. Fuck the other levels, honestly. Let's get ourselves as swole as possible. A supply wagon shows up with a note proclaiming this wagon is a gift from a friend. Upon reading this note, you smile and allow your thoughts to drift back to Stedwick and an old friend. My queen, reports at page 2. You have a visitor. He is claiming he represents the conflux. You wave the boy to show the man in, and off he goes to retrieve this visitor. He returns moments later with a tall, slender man, dressed in long robes, his face hidden behind an azure hood. The silver runic trim of the deep blue robes glimmers slightly, diverting attention away from his withdrawn countenance. All that is visible of this mysterious man's face is his neatly trimmed black beard and strong lower jaw. He speaks in low tones, barely above a whisper, with a slight accent noticeable. Greetings, Catherine Ironfist. I am called Tamar the Wanderer. I am a walker of the plains, a seeker of knowledge, a protector of lives worth saving. I am also the elemental lord of air. I come here this day to share with you a vision I have had. In this vision I saw possible futures, both of light and of shadow. You just passed a crossroads, Catherine, choosing a path of light. There are others, loved ones, and those trusted deeply, who now face that same crossroad. They are beginning to choose a path, which may be divergent from yours. It is not too late to alter their course. They can be persuaded to return to the path carved in the sun, as opposed to the one entrenched in the night. Choose wisely, Catherine, for if you do not help those whom you love and trust, I fear you will know much grief. A flash of lightning rips across the stormy sky, and when your eyes clear from the momentary blindness, Tamar the Wanderer is no longer in your presence. The warnings of this so-called elemental lord stir in your mind and give you to pause. Could he have meant Roland? His pain and suffering might be getting the better of him. Perhaps you should speak to him about this war and its effect on his mind. You fear that he might slip away and let his need for revenge consume him. Your fear that he might slip away and let his need for revenge consume him is almost overwhelming. You send a letter to Roland immediately. Dispatching the messenger brings a slight lift to your wounded soul and allows you to sleep, albeit not well. It's insane how powerful DD and Fly are. Yeah, they get the job done. A report comes into Roland. The message tells of horrible atrocities committed by the Kriegans, tales of slaves being stripped and beaten, impaled upon spikes for apparent sport, used for hideous black magic rites, even used as food for monstrous beasts. As he reads, the fires of vengeance burn deep in Roland's breast. These monsters are doing the unthinkable. The memories of torture and the screams flood his mind once again, bringing with them the smells and sounds of his capture. He seethes in rage, slowly shredding the parchment he is reading. When the pressure finally gets to him, he bellows out in rage, I shall kill them all! No matter where they hide, no matter where they choose to flee. There will be no escape from my wrath. Know this, King Lucifer. Your minions will all drown in lights of their own ichor. I will have my vengeance. After tossing the torn parchment to the ashen ground, he storms off to gather his armor and weapons to prepare for battle once more. He's seething with rage. He's fucking livid, man. Roland awoke early this morning to a messenger bringing him a letter bearing the scent of perfume he knew immediately belonged to Catherine, a scent she knew he loved. He tore open the seal and read it immediately. Dearest husband, Roland, I have recently received a visit from someone who brought me a warning. His warning spoke of crossroads we all reach, and I had made my choice recently, taken my path. His warning also spoke of others whom I love and trust deeply, who face these same crossroads and are on a different road on a road different than mine. I fear that he speaks of you and your recent imprisonment. I do hope you are not taking the road cloaked in shadow, but are preparing to join me on the path of light. Please write me back and make me believe I have not lost you to revenge. I do not want to walk the path alone. I love you, my husband, and shall always do so, no matter the path you choose, but do not expect me to allow you down the road of shadow without a fight. This journey can be altered. If you have become consumed with feelings of revenge and hate, I will be there to help, any way I can. Take care, my love. I shall meet you once we have defeated the Zeron and his sons of Erebus. Roland rolled up the scroll and returned to his tent, eyes filled with tears, for he was beginning to suspect she might be right. I think we're done. Nah, they're not next to each other. They're on opposite sides of the battlefield. Look at this. See, she's down here and he's over there. Literally opposite sides. Alright, time to win. Gonna get fucked, Zeron. Armageddon! Easy. Used it on him. Easy game, easy life. Oblivion's Edge. You have 60 days for Zhelyu to take Armageddon's blade to the Eoful capital of Krila before the forces of the Dungeon Overlords arrive to reinforce King Lucifer. If Zhelyu, Roland, or Catherine is lost, your war ends here. The Kregan race borders on extinction, yet remains defiant. King Lucifer has sent for aid from the Overlords of Naion. It is estimated that it shall take no more than 60 days for an army to arrive and reinforce the Kregan king. The tide has turned as Catherine's army now has the blade, and the irony of Lucifer's downfall under the blade he created to destroy the world has not escaped Catherine. She intends to bring the blade to hell itself if need be.
Armageddon's blade is no longer a threat. However, King Lucifer Kregan still sits upon the throne of Eoful. What few clans remain have rallied to defend their king and his lost cause. Arathian spies tell us the Demon King has requested support from the Dungeon Overlords of Naion. We cannot confirm this. If it is true, we cannot allow Lucifer to receive this aid. We must dethrone the Demon King. Time is short, but now we wield Armageddon's blade. It is time we take Armageddon into the heart of hell itself.
Whoa, they said hell. Why battle music is the choice for this? Because we're going to battle, man. Look at them having a fucking rave on top of this inferno. Zeron has been defeated, but managed to teleport away before he could be finished off. Still, we now possess the blade, and it is time to end this. The last remnants of the Kregan clans have chosen their capital city of Krila to make their stand. We outnumber them, however they are still powerful and may yet take the day, with some help. Our spies have learned that King Lucifer, in desperation, has sent an emissary to the overlords and warlocks of Naion to beseech them for aid. We have no way of knowing if they said yes or not, therefore we must fear the worst. At the earliest, it would take an army from Naion some 60 days to reach this valley. We must hurry. King Lucifer must be slain before that time. All that stands in our way is the remaining members of the Sons of Erebus, and supposedly Zeron has chosen to stand by his king to the very last. They will be dug in quite heavily, so gathering powerful forces is imperative. May the light shine down upon and bless this undertaking. All of Antagarish is depending on our success. Good luck to us all. See, you carry all your artifacts. Get fucked, Zeron. right side. I don't have to. Where are they? I knew there was another in there. One above. So. I knew it. I knew one of them wasn't gonna die easy. During the early hours after breakfast, the runner reports to Catherine that some outer patrols have captured an apprentice warlock apparently on his way to Krila. On his person, they found a note addressed to King Lucifer. Upon closer inspection of the note, it reveals their worst fears. The overlords of Nyan have indeed allied themselves with the devils of Eoful once again. A sizable army traveling underground from the land of Nyan is on its way and is expected to arrive in some 50 days or so. Catherine blanches at the news, yet shows nothing to the people under her command. She has to be strong at this most dangerous point in their war. Any sign of weakness might lessen their chances of success. Time is not only of the essence at this point, it's a crucial obstacle to overcome. Yeah, I feel that. Because, definitely running out of time to finish these campaigns. I like how there's a cow, but he doesn't have does have my gods. Fuck that up now. Last eve, as Zhou lay sleeping in his bunk, an odd dream came to him. It was filled with visions of glorious battles and immense personal power being heaped upon him. He saw himself chosen by General Kendall as the new king of Arathia. Later, he saw himself as ending the feuds in Antagarich and being named leader of the entire continent. He saw Antagarich finally at peace. All the while, in the background was this lovely woman, her eyes the color of emeralds, her skin like fine silk, her hair the color of steel. She was intoxicating, invigorating, and mysterious. In every sequence of this possible future he saw, there she was, and she gave him a sense of calm and strength. The last image he witnessed before waking was that of a finely crafted sword. Instantly, he knew this was his key to which he dreamt of. He immediately knew this sword was to be his and had been instrumental in creating the world in which he lived during that dream. That sword looked mysteriously like Armageddon's blade. In the darkest hours before dawn, Catherine is awoken by a soft wind blowing across her body. Min-max, yeah, man. Hey, man. caressing it like Roland often had, pleasant and loving. She turns, expecting to see her loving husband there with her, when she sees a figure in azure robes trimmed in silver runic writing. The figure simply stands there, not saying a word. "Greetings, Tamar. What are you doing here? What visions have you come to warn me about now?" Catherine asks, quite annoyed at the fact that it is not Roland. "I have come to depart some wisdom to you, Queen of Anroth," Tamar says in that soft whisper of a voice. "The pale warrior, often called Devil's Bane, I have foreseen to be of great import in your endeavor. He alone is the key to victory here. You must see that he has given the blade and sent to Krila to face King Lucifer. He has a destiny to fulfill that no one must be allowed to interfere with, for if he is to fall, everything shall turn to chaos. Oceans will boil, the ground shall swallow your entire cities, and everyone will die a horrifying death. I do not think that you would want this possibility to come to pass. Am I wrong?" Catherine stares at the shadow-shrouded face of this elemental lord and sighs. "No, of course not. As I suspected. So rest now, Catherine Ironfist, for the days ahead shall be plagued by troubles and filled with glorious victories. You shall prevail if you trust your heart and relax your mind. Heart is the one thing the devils cannot crush. Use it as your most prominent weapon. Good luck. I pray you will be well, as I do for those under your command." With that, Tamar vanishes as if he had never come, as if he were a mere dream. Exhausted and confused somewhat, Catherine goes back to sleep, her task set before her. Jelliu is the one who must bear the blade to Krila and kill King Lucifer. It seems a task easier said than done. It's easy done, too. Observe. See? Easily done. A message was received by all this morning, informing the leaders of Catherine's army about the fate of Slean. Slean was judged by General Kendall's appointed judicator, Johannes Bond, and sentenced to live out his miserable life in prison, performing acts of hard labor and housed alone so he might contemplate that which he has done. Guess he done fucked up, Aaron. Early in the morning, a legion of halfling slingers from Tavin's guerrillas stopped by to inform Jelliu they had struck a blow for his army. A lackey of Zeron's had been slain while on a mission for his lord. The archdevil Zex was now and forever dead. Jelliu, smiling, addresses his troops and tells them the good news. Once the cheers begin to die down, he sets upon them the task of taking Krila sooner. Their spirits high, they accept his challenge with great aplomb. Nothing could stop them now! Except the blade of frost. Roland lay sleeping in his bed last eve, drenched in sweat, his mind racing and filled with visions of vengeance and malice. As he slept, the heat brought with it dreams of places and people long forgotten, as well as specters of recent events. As the heat rose, so did the intensity of these dreams, each coming faster and more powerful than the last. Some came as ghosts, others as visions of warning, but all pointed to one thing. He was headed down the dark path. One of the most powerful of these dreams was a visit from a long-haired old man with long, wizened features and gnarled fingers. He spoke in the raspy voice of the dead. "King Roland, I come to you with a tale. 'Tis a tale of vengeance and suffering, pain and loss. I was once a mage of great repute in Bracada, but was stripped of my title of Archmage, and sentenced to become just a lowly alchemist for the crime of being far too mercenary in my ways. This, however, was where I thrived. My skills as a weaponsmith and alchemist went unchallenged, and I was hailed as a hero by some. I made weapons for kings and priests, lords and ruffians. Anyone and everyone with the gold could purchase my services, both on the side of light and dark. I did not care. But then came Zeron with his terrible request. He fed my greed and anger at being used and abused by those who claimed to be my supporters by giving me gold and a chance at revenge. This burning desire blinded me to the reality that Zeron was a truly evil man, and I paid for my mistake with my life and immortal soul. I stand before you now, King Roland Ironfist, to make you see that you are treading down the dark path, a path that will lead you away from your loving wife and son. Turn back now, and all shall be forgiven. Ignore my warnings, and forever shall you be like your brother, Archibald. Your innocence may be lost, but do not allow your good humor and noble heart to go with it." The image faded and was replaced by that of his father, old King Ironfist. The image of his father was one long ago nearly forgotten. It had been so many years since his beloved father had passed away. This brought up memories of the indignities and pain he had suffered at the hands of his brother. It also reminded him of the strength he had back then and how he persevered during the Succession Wars. His father's countenance carried with it a look of disappointment in his noble son. King Iron Fist simply shook his head and walked away, back into the shadowy fog of death. Roland awoke with a shot, calling out his father's name and reaching for his hand. Realizing it had been a mere dream, he lay back down to return to sleep. As he tried to drift back into sleep's grasp, he could not help shake the image of his father turning his back on his favorite son. Roland understood at the moment what Kazundar's ghost and Catherine's letter had been trying to tell him. He immediately got dressed and sought out a cleric. He had strayed from the path of light. It was time to return to Doway. Alas, time has run out on our quest. All is lost. And ironically, it's troglodyte month. All will not be lost, because we're gonna take this fight, and we're gonna get a glorious victory. Yeah. It's pretty glorious. Nice stats, I'll show you. And what better way to end this than with one last GG get.
Lucifer Kregan is dead. The few remaining Kregan clans have gone into hiding. All but a few of the elemental confluxes have disappeared. I am sure we will see them again, if needed. As for myself and Roland, we will soon depart for Enroth, and I will see my son again. As for Zhelyu, I left Armageddon's blade in his hands. Following our victory, he and his guerrilla army vanished into the Erathian forests. I do not know if he intends to destroy the weapon, or keep it for himself. In time, I'm sure we will all know.
He's gonna keep it for himself. And then the world will blow up. Number 9, King Stannis, Armageddon's Blade, 1635 score, Unicorn rating.